It doesn't matter if this season is your first or if you're a multi-time champion, the top 10 in Saturday Night Thunder is set to advance to the playoffs, and with one race to go in this regular season, we don't know yet who those 10 will be. Welcome back live on FTN Broadcasting to coverage of Saturday Night Thunder. The Grand National Series makes its 9th tour of the season, this time to a very familiar venue. It's our second SuperSpeedway race, and from the Daytona International Speedway, 70 laps, 175 miles will determine who goes the extra mile, makes it to the playoffs, and who goes home. On the cut line right now, Jordan Kuntz, the multi-time champ, finds himself 10th in points, and he is only 6 above the cut line in that regard. You've got some of your best drivers this season who might face an elimination tonight if an underdog comes to victory lane. Last time we were at a superspeedway in Talladega, the unpredictable happened. It very well could again here tonight. Welcome back to FTN Broadcasting. Of course, I'll be your host, David Kreutz, commentating and producing. With time to spare, qualifying is on the way. Let's take a look downstairs and see what exactly is going on right now as drivers are taking their fast laps to begin the night. 2 minutes and 18 seconds left on the clock. Richard Sherry with the provisional pole position. Sherry lines up P1, and as it stands, he is there by only about 1/10 of a mile an hour, only for Matthew White to get ahead of him. Matthew White beaten out. And then Vinny Tigner, the number 12, gets up to P1 as well. Big changes in the lineup in just a matter of seconds. Tigner taking the top spot with a lap time of 50.878. 13 drivers have taken a time out of the 33 in this field. Still waiting to see some of your fastest take their times right now. Here's Aaron Copnott in the number 65. Aaron is coming across the stripe right now, 50.923. That lap time will be good for 6th position, just outside the top 5 by only 3/1000ths of a second. Still on the racing circuit here, Andres Varas with a minute remaining. Same goes for drivers like Matthew Weeks. And now, just over half of your field is taking a time. James Thurston, second place on the lineup with a 50.895, and he is only the second driver to go under the 50.9 second mark as he flies back up to turn 1. And up and over to end qualifying. He'll get himself a brand new car, reset and reload for the next run. And that, of course, is your main event. Varas right now in the 84 is sitting in 28th, has not yet taken his lap. This is the one for the number 84 team. Varas is in a situation right now where it is win or go home. 16th place in the championship points, so to succeed tonight means everything for the Varas team. This Chevrolet Camaro is coming down the back straightaway at a speed of 177 miles an hour. Still, nobody has been able to top Tigner's time. Thurston being the closest. No one else getting within the same 1/10 of a second. Andres cuts to the inside of the apron and at the line for the Varas crew. That is a 51.08. That will line up as the 16th place time. So not enough for Varas there, and it looks like there will be no stopping the number 12 of Vinny Tigner. Vinny lines up at the top of the board and grabs the pole position. For the final time in the regular season, Tigner will start on top, and your 8th place driver in points, who already has himself 3 top 5s and 5 top 10s. He's back to the point. It'll be Tigner starting up in front tonight. We got about 5 minutes now of warm-up until the ball really begins to roll, and your starting lineup is now officially set. Jacob Clarino on his way. Behind him, Aiden Donahue. Donahue is third in the championship standings after winning last week. First win of his career. And it came at the Charlotte Motor Speedway, where his SNT career began the previous season. So Donahue is riding a high and is now locked into the championship hunt as he will begin in the 3rd seed and hope to climb a little bit higher tonight. With that said, one of our largest fields of the season, and now to get to know each and every one of these drivers, it is a big list. got 18 rows, 36 drivers. So without further ado, let's get in that starting grid. This one, perhaps the most important of the season. James Thurston, the pole sitter, he is not. He'll line up in second place, and while he leads the championship standings, Vinny Tigner will do the honors in beginning tonight's work, top of the board. Then from there, you got David Hamrick, who won in Talladega, and Cameron Chandler, who sits fourth in the championship points. Chandler starts tonight in fourth, Henry Caloff P5, and it will be the multi-time winner Matthew White second in the championship. He begins today in sixth. Henry Caloff is a teammate behind him, and Aaron Kovnat as Richard Cherry begins eighth. Ninth goes to number 44, Zach Tebow, and Sean Meeks wraps up the top 10. 11th place on your lineup then will be the number 57 of Kenneth Carell, with Connor Asbell 12th and Braden Hunsicker P13. 14th place is Aiden Donahue, your defending winner from last week, as the 79 of Miller. That's Ashton Miller. Lines up 15th place with Andres Vara 16th. Asher Bunkley, Michael Deitch 17th and 18th with 19th place. The first driver not to take a time, Gordon Kuntz. Kuntz is 10th in the championship points and is on the bubble tonight. He'll need to succeed as he starts alongside Ethan Burrell in 20th. Matthew Weeks begins at a 21st, Matt Grab 22nd, Payson Lindsay 23rd, and the number 30 Bradley Robinson, who made his debut last season at Daytona. He'll begin the day in 24th. Rick Spencer Wall, Trey Holmes, Jacob Clarino, the 28 of Lockwood. That's a new driver in the field. Jamie Lockwood starts just ahead of Joseph Miller and Nick Badson for your top 30. And your final drivers go as follows: Mike Hill, the 5 of Wesley Carter, and the 77 11 in points of Tyler Seabear. The bubble battle with two drivers who did not qualify, but you got a top 10 driver, Vinny Tigner, right up front. Tigner grabs the pole position for the 9th race of the season. Championship leader, that's going to be James Thurston. He'll start on the outside pole, and that is your starting lineup from Daytona. Over 30 again, a stout field. The competition is high. And about a minute and 30 seconds remain now for drivers to take those final practice laps. Here's Cameron Chandler in the number 8, highest position driver in the championship, who doesn't have a win to this point. Cameron finding himself with 5 top 5s, 6 top 10s, and when it comes down to those numbers, he is second in top 10s and second in top 5s, only behind Matthew White and James Thurston in those respective categories. So he is, without a doubt, one of the best in the business with those numbers helping him out immensely. There's Nick Badson, who's in the 93 tonight, making his first SuperSpeedway run at SNT. Now getting a small pack together. Got ourselves 175 miles to work with here, 70 laps of racing. Vinny Tigner was among those who was in the 70-lap race, the Ignite Series held at this track, in which we went caution-free. And then from there, you also had Ethan Lane winning. Now, Lane, of course, isn't racing tonight, but you do have a familiar face in Tigner, who is starting up in front, so we'll see if he can take that expertise and bring it up. Coming across the line now for Cameron Chandler, 13 seconds, and he will drop to the inside. There goes Badson. And with that, practice has concluded. Qualifying is already settled. First and second practices are behind us. And so begins what's up next. The big show, 175 miles, and a chance to confirm who makes it into your top 10 to begin the playoff picture. Top of the board, Vinny Tigner. Now time to get things started from Daytona. This is what it's all about. For some drivers, the last chance, the Hail Mary. For others, they're already locked in, and everyone has to race together again in one of our largest fields of the season to settle it once and for all. Getting down to business, double file, many a row deep. It will be all about your front runners and your playoff contenders when we get going tonight. There's the iRacing official pace car. Caloff Deitch Racing with multiple drivers lined up on the inside. The outside currently led by Cameron Chandler as we wait for your top 3. track conditions tonight. Let's talk about them. Expected to remain just about the same throughout the event. 80 degrees Fahrenheit ambient and 80 degrees track temperature. So right now, absolutely no difference one way or another. And that's about as constant as it can get. Drivers are going to be dealing with great conditions inside and outside of the cockpit, which means that, by all means, tire wear should not be a considerable factor. Often at these super speedways, where you don't see things happen when it comes to tire too much, drivers generally anyway still go down for 4 tires. And then from there, of course, fuel becomes the biggest issue. But I think tonight you might see some drivers trying to skip out on tires just to get some track position advantages. That's something that we do see sometimes at the super speedways, and with the amount of time we have to race tonight, that might not be an uncommon strategy. Partly cloudy skies, winds mild. It faced northbound with relatively low humidity, and that all shapes up to help the field and going all the way with little concern. As you can see, drivers lined up from top to bottom and now waiting for the signal from the iRacing official pace car. And from there on out, we will be racing from Daytona Beach, Florida. Last superspeedway race we had, of course, it was David Hamrick who came through with a shocking race victory and an undeniable breakout performance. What he could do today, of course, is more of the same. Hamrick starting in 3rd. You might remember he started inside the top 5 at Talladega as well, so perhaps we've got a little bit of a super speedway talent here that is slowly but surely blooming. Maybe not a driver we expected to be looking out for, and yet to this point he has brought himself into the picture and done so strongly. The last time we raced at the Daytona International Speedway in this league was January 4th of this year. Now, with that being said, it's been 287 days, but the driver who was with us then, who won, is not racing tonight. That was Jacob Wilkerson. The previous time we went to this track was January 18th of 2024, even further back. So, interestingly enough, while Jacob Wilkerson is not racing, 639 days ago, Jordan Kuntz won here. We have not had a mid-season SNT race at Daytona in over 2 calendar years. And with that being said, it's been just about 4 seasons since we've done so. It's been a long time coming to see the late summer nights and the early fall nights come together for Daytona. It's 80 degrees in the sim, it is relatively warm, and now, not a season opener, but instead, with championship opportunities on the horizon, to succeed tonight is everything. It's not a first chance, but instead tonight, it is a final chance. Getting down to business, it is the number 12 of Tigner. The outside, it's James Thurston, the 96. Head-to-head, drivers like Kuntz and Tyler Sevier on the playoff bubble. They'll have 70 laps to settle it amongst themselves here from the World Center of Racing. Green flags out from Daytona to kick off your final regular season race of 2025. Tigner low, Thurston up high, and we are back to business from Daytona. Thurston gets the ball rolling. As they run, Tigner on the inside, he still has the race lead over James Thurston. And as they roll, largely double file from first on back. And as being seeing a little bit of single file a little further outside the top 20. I think we're looking at Ashton Miller in 24th on down being mostly single file. But up at the head of the field, it is going to be 2x2 all the way up. Vinny Tigner side by side with James Thurston here. Looks like that hasn't changed, and instead they're going to be gridlocked all the way down. Now, I would be pretty surprised if these drivers ended up breaking out in some form of aggressive racing early, especially with the amount of time we have left. It's in every driver's best interest right now just to maintain and hold on under green and try to get this first pit cycle under the way, and then you can really go all out. Take a ride on board with the 96 at Thurston. Now you'll see Thurston on the high side here of Cameron Chandler. Vinny Tigner stays just ahead on David Hamrick. No movement as they cross the line again. Identical 2x2 as it's been from the beginning of this race. The point it is right now. And not even an opportunity for the top two drivers to swap their lines. You haven't seen Tigner go high. You haven't seen Thurston go down low. Instead, they have both remained just alongside each other. And that's the one thing. These drivers definitely, all the veterans most importantly, they have that mutual respect for one another in which they go at it. And they don't really go at it in an overly aggressive way. You'll see tight battles, absolutely, race in, race out. When it comes to drivers who are familiar with one another, it is a very different look compared to drivers who don't know each other. Cameron Chandler working now on the high side with Matthew White. And so there is a little bit of switch as going up to the top is going to be White and getting a position while Tigner drops it to the bottom. Double file, multiple grooves through. Cameron Chandler now just on the outside, and it looks like he's going to have himself the lead as he takes it down low, blocking multiple lanes, the first driver to do so tonight. And so begin those subtle signs of racing in a pack that has gone double file to begin the night so far. Chandler leading his first lap of the day, as now Matthew White leads the outside. Richard Sherry in the number 88 is pushing, and that's going to give White an opportunity to go directly toe-to-toe. Watch out for the bright blue number 63 and number 65 combination. I think when you look at the numbers and you look at what we've seen all throughout FTN action, doesn't matter what day of the week it is, the teammates have the odds to win at superspeedways that are better than almost any other category of drivers. Doesn't matter manufacturer, doesn't matter your experience generally. If you have teammates with you, you're likelier to win. Now, honestly, our numbers at FTN are pretty skewed thanks to Swamp Motorsport winning several consecutive seasons of Highline season openers on Thursday nights. They won for 2.5 consecutive calendar years at Daytona. But nevertheless, teammates have that advantage of being able to work off each other naturally and position themselves and communicate from beginning to end. So Kaloff Deitch Racing right now has a double-edged sword in Kovnat and Kaloff. That's going to prove lethal if they can pull it together up front. I think in all honesty, last time we raced at Talladega, before this season, they should have won. It was September of 24. They sent 6 drivers out, and Vinny Tigner still came away with a victory. Now tonight, it's a smaller, more concentrated group for Kaloff Deitch Racing, and I think that's going to help them out in just being able to control their pace and understanding what exactly they have to do in specific better. And it's not the same of having to work with about a quarter of the field, whereas now just 2 drivers who can focus their efforts fully on each other. Everyone else is at odds with each other, but when you got one friend on the racetrack, it means a lot more. Every driver's helping each other inadvertently no matter what. Everyone's got the draft. But when you have someone who you can trust in the draft, someone who you can reliably push and shove, it's a whole lot different than being out there all on your own. A full failure is completely different, of course, than having a teammate behind you to help you and catch you as you fall potentially. Asher Bunkley right there. There's Zach Tebow, some of the rookies coming up. 44 Tebow making his first Daytona start here in SNT. Nick Basden in a very similar spot. Basden qualified in 30th and is up to 17th. So Nick is having a fantastic opening night as he has taken 3 on the high side with Payson Lindsay and Jordan Kuntz, and now Matthew Weeks as well. Talk about contentious here. Basden is going to find himself still lined up too wide as he's all the way up to the high side here with very little help. Ethan Burrell is going to try to get him out of this one, or at least help him not fully lose it, but it's not going to be easy. Michael Deitch swerves down to the inside. Contact with Wesley Carter, and a little bit of contact with Matt Grab. Grab is going to fall to the back of the field as he scuffs up the right side of the field. Of course, you can see there, he's all the way now in the back with the draft. Trying to lock on to 33rd place, Mike Hill, and Grab is going to put himself back up to speed, going at 184 miles an hour right now. We'll see if he can catch up, but I'm thinking he's not pulling enough speed for it to be a realistic shot, and now he is out of everyone's way. So Grab in dead last after that brief contact with Wesley Carter. Coming across the line, it's going to be Cameron Chandler still with Matthew White. A little bit higher now goes John Meeks in number 24. Meeks is going to be taken 3 wide. Braden Hunsicker going toe-to-toe, and it's going to be 3 wide and a little bit shaky now. Hunsicker gives room, and John Meeks is going to fall back. This time with no contact. It just looks like he ended up outside of the racing line. And as he falls back, he'll now slot back in with the 37 of Burrell. And that will put him just about 19th on the lineup. So John Meeks is going to fall back, let Michael Deitch also have it. 11 laps in, it is still Cameron Chandler, to the point, but it's going to be side by side. Take a look, 3 wide. It's going to be 3 with James Thurston taking down the middle. I do not like what I'm seeing, and I don't think anyone here does. 3 wide middle. And that could have been horrible because the entire outside left Thurston out to dry. But James Thurston gets very lucky because everyone decides to support the middle groove. And as he's stuck there, it's going to leave guys like Richard Sherry out to no man's land. Same with the number 72 now, Connor Asbell and Braden Hunsicker. Thurston goes to the outside and he makes it 3 high. Who do they decide to support? It looks like Bunkley now is going to work it with James Thurston, and at the line, another difference. Now we have 3 racing lines, top, middle, bottom, all going at each other. Toe-to-toe. It's now going to be Thurston trying to work that high side, and this time he's got to commit to it. Asher Bunkley going to hang him out, and Bunkley goes down to the middle. James Thurston, 3 wide, and this time high and alone. And while about a lap and a half ago he was in a better spot by being alone and finding help, this time he will be the driver hung out, as the field is more concerned with staying together and staying tight. KDR's guys are 4th and 5th on the inside line. They'll be matched by Cherry and Nick Basden. Basden again qualifying 30th and getting up to 9th. So he has made it over 15 spots up. Matter of fact, 21 places up from where he began. A ridiculous race for the number 93 of Badson, who is the biggest mover by far. Only rivaled by a plus 20 day from Payson Lindsay so far. Lindsay going 23rd up to 3rd. Take a look on board now at Payson Lindsay and see what's going on. This time on the left side of your screen, we'll give you some driver telemetry, show you what's happening. Now pay close attention. The left side of your screen. Oh, contact there with Lindsay and Matthew White. Luckily, they all get away. 3 wide middle. This is the worst place to be if you're a driver. But I'm saying pay close attention to that throttle. On the left side of your screen, we got driver telemetry. And you might notice that while Payson Lindsay isn't slowing down, he's not on the gas the whole time. And you can see right now there is a level of restraint going on in the field. We are not seeing those all-out laps as guys in the middle of the pack are getting shuffled like an accordion. They're going up and down, and they aren't able to push at 110%. Mind you, last time by was a 47-second lap for Lindsay. The absolute fastest these drivers can go is about a 46-second lap. Now, if they really set up their draft and their timing right, they might be able to go a little bit faster and head into the realm of the very high 45s. But right now you're seeing a second slower than that because, as Payson Lindsay's telemetry indicated, these drivers are not going to be fully on the gas all the time, but instead moderating their expectations, moderating their throttle and how much power they're giving to the car, and just delicately making their way around the circuit, which is the brighter thing to do when it comes to a long-term race like this. 3 wide to the ceiling goes Asher Bunkley, Badson, and now Ethan Burrell. Nick Basden, as a matter of fact, is in, maybe, if we talk about the high side, I think he's in the worst spot to be in the high side. I would always say 3 wide middle is not where you want to be, but I would rather be Cameron Chandler, who is 3 wide middle in front, than I would be Nick Basden, who is the middle of the top side, 3 wide. To have any freedom, to have any agency in a situation is always what you want. So, to be in the back of this 3 wide running, then you're going to be able to escape by just hitting the brakes. If you're on the top side and you're at the front of the top side or the back of it, you can just get out of the way. If you're on the inside, you can always dive down low. The middle is a pretty bad place to be, I would say, when it comes to the driver's safety aspect. But if you're Cameron Chandler, or if you were Cameron Chandler, as he was 3 wide, he would be at the front row. If anything were to happen, it would be behind him most likely, and if not, it would catch everyone. And to put it lightly, there's no saving anyone if Cameron Chandler were to go around. That's not a very optimistic way to look at it. But it is pretty realistic given the circumstance. Now Chandler down to the inside low, so he is giving himself the escape route in case something goes wrong. 3 wide and across the line for lap number 19, Chandler, the rookie, is still looking for that first win. How many times are we going to mention it? How many races are we going to keep bringing up the same tired narrative? He's been racing with us now past 24 races in SNT competition, and his numbers are just about second to none over the course of the year. And yet he has found just about every single way to lose a race and has not yet found a way to win one. And he told us, as we got an interview from him last week, that he figures that no matter what the circumstances, he figures that when the time is right, he will get that victory. So, I mean, that's one way to put it. He's got so much of that undeniable talent where we believe it's only going to be so long until he does win. But it's hard to keep on believing when so many times he has been denied and denied in pretty scathing ways. It's not to say that he's been outright wrecked or taken out for victories, but strategy be damned, or circumstances out of his control continuously coming up. He just hasn't been able to take it to victory lane. David Hamrick, I mean, he did it in his first try. That's the thing. You never know at a superspeedway in particular who's going to come out on top. And Hamrick, who is a first-timer, who burst onto the scene in his first start at Talladega, already has a win under his belt. 3 wide at the line. Hamrick, in fact, is leading. Contact. Basden. Field. That's big. Yellow flag is going to be out for the big one on the night. And the middle of the field comes undone. Thurston with significant damage. And the caution is out. Yellow flag for the first time today. Watch this. Kenneth Gorell gets loose into Nick Basden. We're going to see your first pit stop cycle of the night as we're about a third of the way in. And Aaron Kovnat shakes. As Kovnat goes around, Getting involved is Aiden Donahue. Donahue lucky to have that win to back him up. Richard Cherry, Brad Robinson, Jacob Clarino. Kuntz dives to the inside, while Kovnat slides, and I think Aaron might have gotten away with minimal damage. Oh, wow. Wow, that's a miracle for the 65 team. Did you see that? Well, we're playing it one more time just to show you. He gets tagged, slides, and Joseph Miller phases through him. Was it a miracle for Kovnat, or is he going to face the consequences of that? Take a look on board with Joseph Miller as that went down. Miller phases right through the 65 car, and he definitely has front end damage. Aaron, I can't tell if he got fully lucky or if he's going to have a feeling in the side of that car. Take a look inside the cockpit, and it looks and sounds like he just got a full-on second chance. Nevertheless, Kovnat, Basden, Matthew Weeks, James Thurston, Joseph Miller, Ethan Burrell, Wesley Carter, among those involved in the day's first caution, as we head down a pit road, and the leading man is David Hamrick. Hamrick leads over the 8 of Cameron Chandler, the 92 of Asher Bunkley, and the number 88 of Matthew White. They'll all come down in quick succession and take their first stops of the day. Cautions out 22 laps in. Just about everyone deciding that this is it. They're all flying down into pit road, and not an exception at the front of the pack, nor the middle, nor the back of it. Everyone is dropping in, and so this will simplify our pit stops for the rest of the night. We have less than 50 laps to go here. As you take a look over Daytona, one driver getting their laps back. Rest of the field all set to get at it. Matthew White on the way. White's going to be the winner off pit road decisively. He'll be followed by Braden Hunsticker, then Cameron Chandler. David Hamrick will be passed by Asher Bunkley. Then from there, the top 5 sees Hamrick last, and David Robinson, or rather Brad Robinson. David, then Robinson, then Tigner, Kenneth Gurrell, Michael Deitch, and Jordan Kuntz. Jordan able to make some gains on that caution, as he was one of the drivers who was able to outright avoid the wreck by dropping down to the inside. And as he did so, he's now the closest he's been to the top 10 all night long. Looks like we're going to have one holdout in Wesley Carter, although that is a temporary timing and scoring error, and should be corrected in due time. Wesley Carter, then Matthew White, as here's David Hamrick. Hamrick again in the top 5. Matthew is set to lead the field to green at lap number 25 of 70. And so that's going to leave us with about 45 laps remaining. And one more pit stop will be necessary tonight to get to the checkered flag. So we're going to be looking at a 2-stop day for the field. Everyone, of course, starting off with his first pit stop at about lap number 20, 25. And just like that, what's going to happen here is either the race breaks itself up through cautions, or you see a natural run. And we might see another pit stop cycle that comes around, give or take 25 laps, 25 or 30. Double file with Matthew White. Braden Hunsicker first and second as we go green again at lap number 25. Chandler, Hamrick, Gurrell, and Brad Robinson all lining up together. You've also got Zach Tebow here. Jordan Kuntz, 19th up to 10th, gaining 9 on the day. And a lot of that coming from that wreck avoidance, as we mentioned. He did it simple and he did it right. He ducked down to the bottom, he got out of everyone's way. And so the leading man. Well, in the championship anyway, it's not Kuntz right now. But he's got a shot, if he has a solid race today, to lock himself in. And then from there, make his way through. Fight for what would be his third title. Multiple drivers are fighting for defending or, of course, reclaiming their title honors. Matthew Weeks is looking to go out there and claim his second. Vinny Tigner looking to claim his second. And, of course, it'll be Jordan Kuntz looking for his third career title. Matthew White, the breakout star of the season, is looking for his first career championship. And tonight, his third win of the season. Heading back green now at lap number 25. Matthew White on the inside. And Braden Hunsicker right down low. White can have himself a multiple car length advantage, and the jump is his. All there for Matthew White, while Braden Hunsicker tucks in for second. First restart on the way. It's all Matthew White. Matthew again to the point. Outside goes Braden Hunsicker, but only briefly. Now Asher Bunkley going to cover that outside and take it for himself. Take a ride on board now with Vinny Tigner in the 12. Asher Bunkley with support now from Vinny Tigner, looking for the race lead for the first time. And the Bunkley crew for Petrelli Fast Knot Racing is looking for some sponsors. You can see on the side of the car, each door panel saying sponsor. Oh, contact, big one. It's going to be Joseph Miller going up and around. Contact through the corners. And 1 and 2 is a parking lot. Yellow flag for the second time tonight. Thurston and company again involved. Watch this. Second yellow of the day and a fast one. Putting it in slow motion. It begins. Oh, that is horrible. A blink from David Hamrick. False contact on Zach Tebow. Gives way to Joseph Miller. Getting contact from Michael Deitch and Jamie Lockwood. And then Matt Grab. James Thurston also gets up in the mix. Jacob Clarino as well, Aiden Donahue, Henry Kaloff, and the list goes on. Payson Lindsay into Andras Varas, into Jordan Kuntz, into Matthew White. White gets away, but another one of those WeatherTech cars in the back of the field does not. Huge incident, and you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 cars with damage in just this frame. And about 15 caught in the mess. Massive incident. Take a ride on board. This time, from Nick Basden's perspective, Basden saw it all happen. Jamming on the brakes, smoke billowing, and still only just able to avoid it by dropping down to the bottom. And a clink off of Jamie Lockwood. Second yellow of the day. Basden still in the back of the pack, as Matthew White will lead again. Second caution, and getting set now for another run down to pit road for leader White. So it looks like topping off on fuel. is going to be the right call. Matthew ducks in. And this one's not going to be for tires, but just going to be a fast stop and go for everyone at the head of the pack. We're coming up on that bubble as to whether or not drivers can make it through all the way, so it makes sense now. Matthew White leads him off to get back out and through. White will lead Thurston. And then from there, you'll have further of the field coming through. Looks like more than half of our pack comes in as Kenneth Gorell stays out and will lead this one. Getting back to business, Gorell and Mike Hill positions 1 and 2, while it's Matthew White, Braden Hunsicker, Asher Bunkley, Vinny Tigner, Cameron Chandler, David Hamrick, Richard Cherry, Ashton Miller, and Henry Kaloff down the line. That's your top 10. While James Thurston, still finding himself in the mid-teens, is going to be 20th on the dot as they roll. Might be able to take a spot just thanks to the system we have here with our choose rule. Coming across and getting together again, we will restart at lap number 29 of 70. Quickly, we are approaching the halfway point. Mike Hill and Kenneth Gorell, if they decide to stay on the track anyway, will be your race leaders. And then from there, you'll have Matthew White. But we'll see what happens. As they come across the line, they won't go down a pit road. Hill on the outside. Gorell to the inside. And they'll set it up again. White is going to lead all those on new rubber. And new tire, rather. Everyone else who's up in front, the only two who stayed out, have slightly less fuel in the tank. But will that difference mean much? Gorell and Hill have been out for 6 and 7 laps, respectively. Matthew White and company just went down a pit road this time by. Do those 5 or 6 laps really cause a problem? Or will they end up causing a problem, rather? I don't think they will. They're not going to cause a problem pace-wise, but I am confident that these drivers are going to mow through Hill and Gorell. Even though it's Daytona, and even though things are very similar, of course, to the superspeedways only, and they're very different everywhere else, that same principle remains. You put yourself out there as a leader on an alternate strategy, and honestly, you are asking to get yourself eaten alive. I don't think it's the right call. However, you can't knock it till you try it, and your 31st place starter is now running in second thanks to it. So to lead a lap, if you're Mike Hill, there's a very real opportunity of doing that. Double file under the leadership of the number 57, Kenneth Gorell, ready to get back to business. 21st in the championship race for Gorell. So he's not title eligible tonight. Even if he ends up winning, he's just out here going for gold. Setting up as the field goes green for your second restart of the night. To the inside goes your pace car, and to the inside lane, Kenneth Gorell gets the jump, and he is on pace. Matthew White going to follow him. And how quickly will the 88 try to get by the 57 of Gorell? That's to be found out. Second restart on the way at lap 30. Mike Hill and the outside line are going to stack up. That gives the perfect opportunity now for Matthew White to take it up into P2. Matthew, with that being said, now has the run for the race lead. And it's a 2 for 1. Matthew White to the point. White finding himself side by side with Asher Bunkley, but the leader of the outside groove carrying a lot more weight now than being second on the inside. To be the pusher, however, comes with big responsibility, and I think Asher Bunkley, much like Matthew White, wants to see if we can get out and get this 57 Garrell out of the way. Not going to work out that time by. Instead, fanning up high, and that's going to push Matthew White out. And if you can't beat him, join him. Look at that. Bunkley forcing hard up to the high side. It's stuck. Side by side, multiple lanes deep. Kenneth Garrell now finding himself with competition for the outside that is even stiffer. Bunkley and Matthew White working together, and they're really trying to put it through now and get that outside ahead. Garrell's hanging on very well. Nonetheless, he's got the help from Cameron Chandler, and this is what it's all about right now. It really doesn't matter the fuel load you have. You can remain quick because tires don't matter. Track position is everything. Three wide, a little bit further back. Ashton Miller, David Hamrick, and the 93, Nick Basden. How tight it is. Three wide, many a groove down. Well, it looks like now you're going to see Ashton Miller with Ethan Burrell, Aaron Cobnott, and Vinny Tigner and Basden. Just like that, multiple battles all at once as to the inside, Kenneth Garrell slides through and backs out mandatorily as it looks like the field is going to impose a push, and it's too much to handle for Garrell. Asher Bunkley now seeing it three wide, contact, wiggles. That gives Richard Sherry the lead. Sherry's now got it up in front. Richard aced to first on the night, and yet only for the very first time does Richard now find himself leading. And Kenneth Garrell, while being out of this one, is giving way to Henry Kaloff, and Kaloff is shoving the life out of Sherry to get him up to the front of the pack, I'll tell you that much. Take a ride on board now with a number 8 of Cameron Chandler. Similar position now as he gets himself to the lead. Double file, Matthew White and Richard Sherry. And Asher Bunkley still trying to make it a triple play, but hasn't gotten further than that second line. Last driver in this outside compartment, it's a very small group anyway. You got Aaron Cobnott now. The teammates are separate, and for how long will they stay separate? Well, and that's a very open-ended question. I think I'll rephrase it to be a little bit stronger of a question anyway. How long is it until they're going to begin coordinating for the win? Distance is a killer. If you find yourself in this situation where you're separate from your teammates, well, only time will tell when you can get back there. But the more time you waste in getting to that point, the weaker you'll be on the way through. Side by side, now going to be just ahead is Hunsicker with Basden and Kaloff. And with Aaron Cobnott moving to the inside, he's got himself a shot now to get with his teammate. Just about a row away. And now they're going to be firmly side by side. Cobnott backing off, and I think that's intentional. The window is open for Kaloff, but it opens first for Basden. Nick is able to slide in. And so now, Cameron Chandler brings him to the halfway marker. There are only 35 laps remaining. And it will be Cameron Chandler and Matthew White leading side by side to the halfway. Matthew White to the point, barely ahead by some 7/1000ths of a second. But Cameron takes into the 1 and 2. Watching out for the battle, which is 10th in points tonight. That's going to be between the 99 of Jordan Kuntz. And Kuntz right now runs in 24th. So look back to Kuntz and Tyler Seaver. Tyler being in 29th. Pretty close, all things considered, between those two drivers. And again, they're only separated by a matter of 6 points to make it into the playoffs. So while Kuntz right now, of course, has the reputation, He's got to back it up tonight with a successful run, but so far, he has taken a very relaxed approach. Didn't take a lap in practice, didn't take a lap in qualifying, and so he is intentionally putting himself at the back, keeping himself there, and now trying to get to the end of the race and get there up in front with the victory. There's Kenneth Garrell now going one lap down after losing the draft after shooting out of line just about 5 laps to go. 00 of Hunsaker nearly touching there with Matthew White. Show must go on there. Very brief tap. Nothing too crazy. Outside groove is only Bazin and Burrell as they get squeezed up the line again. And those tight squeezes, as small as they really are dangerous. The outside has nowhere to go. Yes, these are safer barrier walls, so they slightly compress. But the issue, oh, there, that's the issue. Look at that. To the outside, they slam, everyone panics. So the point was made for us faster than we could even get it out here in the broadcast booth. That's why you worry about the outside. You saw how Jacob Clarino jumped in fear. Jumped all the way down to the inside of the apron. Well, that's why. You don't know what's going to happen when those drivers who are on the outside slam the outside wall. Remember, these cars are going 188 miles an hour or thereabouts. And then, when they slam, and they slam into the outside wall, you could very quickly have 188 miles an hour of 2.5 tons of steel rocket right back into you. The level of danger that comes into, of course, when you keep that in mind, of course, in the real world is a huge deal, but when it comes to sim racing, you can get taken out in one foul swoop and you won't even feel it coming. How about this man on the outside, Trey Holmes? Holmes now going to be up there, moving. And Rick Spencer Walt moving even higher. The 31 of Spencer Walt, where did he come from? Well, the answer, 25th on the starting grid. And now, he is 3rd on the racetrack. What a moment for Spencer Walt, bursting up in front. He's looking for his first win in years here in SNT competition. None have come for Spencer Walt in the modern era. But a very capable driver who is one of those many guys, competitive as ever, who just hasn't gotten that lucky break. So we have 2 number 88s on the track right now. We have Matthew White and Bradley Robinson. So Brad Robinson and Matthew White are exact lookalikes on the racetrack right now. The only difference is that Matthew White's car says Matthew White, and Robinson's car says Bradley Robinson. That's a spotter's nightmare if we've ever seen one. I mean, they are identical. Oh, down to the inside, John Meeks. Meeks looks to be okay. No damage, but he will fall out of line. 30 laps remaining. John is still in the draft and lucky to be there, as it's triple wide for the lead, and Spencer Wall is now digging up top. Rick Spencer Wall here seeing his outside line start to come. Oh, undone. Big time. It's going to be Jamie Lockwood into the field, and a hard hit backing in. Wow. Varas. Weeks. Kovnat. That got bad horribly fast. It's your 3rd yellow with 29 laps to go. So take a look at this as Lockwood comes wholly undone. 28th up to 20th. And it looks like just a little bit of a scratch on the outside. And that fear of the outside pushing back into the inside of the field just came very true. Lockwood looks like he got loose. Oh, he was loose and then tapped by Robinson. And then it was insult to injury from there. Hit and ricocheting off of Vinny Tigner. Ethan Burrell, Matthew Weeks, Jacob Clarino, David Hamrick, Zach Tebow, Andres Varas, all involved. The 99 of Kuntz rolls in, slams door to door. Mike Hill also sliding, and Varas back ends it back into the 65 of Kovnat. Jordan Kuntz with some front end damage after that one. Take a look on board right now with the 99 of Kuntz over the course of that last lap and a half. Now, by all accounts, Jordan is really the only driver on the bubble that is in jeopardy. 19 points above him is Matthew Weeks, and then everyone on out from there is basically safe to make it in. So Jordan, for the first time in his SNT career, is really fighting to make it through, even though he was the season opener winner. He comes down to the points that are few and far between. As you saw there, he backed off, but the wreck only got slower and slower, and it found him. Hit by Varas and Kovnat as he goes down a pit road. Braden Hunsicker is your race leader as he stays out on the track, as does your top 10. That will leave Trey Holmes, it appears, as your new leading driver on strategy. Holmes, the 19, in 11th, is the man to look out for. And the first on new rubber over Jacob Clarino, Richard Cherry, John Meeks, and Vinny Tigner for the top 15 with 28 laps to go. We will restart again with 26 for your third of the night. Braden Hunsicker with the opportunity to take the lead of the field again. And I think he's going to be banking on another caution as he's up in front. There's Cameron Chandler in the number 8. As we will quickly point our attention back up to the 00. Hunsicker tonight, of course, a lot to look out for his own cause. And while he has been firmly one of the best going out there weekly, and he's 7th of the championship standings, he wants himself a win as well. He's one of those drivers winless despite great success and great statistics. 5 top 10s, 2 top 5s, and to add to both of those categories and do one better, a victory tonight would be the cherry on top of a great regular season. Hunsicker heads up to that high side. Matthew White drops down to the bottom, and we are set to go at it again. The top 10 on a 15-lap stint. Everyone else on the freshest of rubber as we claw it back to green. Back in action, this time by. More than half of this race has come to a close. And the excitement now, what is yet to come. We still have a fair amount of this race, even though more than half has passed. Daytona is unpredictable, and sometimes the last lap overwrites 69 consecutive laps of consistency. Again, we only have that one final lap to determine who gets it done, and what you've seen so far could be all for naught in the blink of an eye. We've yet to see what happens, but it all begins again when the green drops for this one. Lap number 45 with 26 laps to go. Oh, Aiden Donahue in the wall. What was that? Donahue skates up high and gets tagged. Everyone's getting pulled back together again. And it looks like a minor mishap through 3 and 4, but that won't cause any big troubles. And we are still set to turn green. Here we go. Green flags out. Braden Hunsicker, Matthew White, Cameron Chandler. 1, 2, 3. Back in action. Green flags out. The 00. Braden Hunsicker on the outside gets the clear edge. And it looks like the inside line is fully outclassed with this one as Hunsicker gets the jump, the lead, and he's got the track position with 26 laps to go. "26 laps remaining, and a little bit of a different look now as the outside led off the jump. And it looks like there's going to be a new run on the outside as well. Here comes Cameron Chandler with Henry Kaloff. Not teammates, but one of the KDR guys is now up in front and looking to give it his all as he sets it up on the outside again. 2 by 2. Not a difference between those drivers. Only 53 one-thousandths of a second separating your top men as they make it across. Braden Hunsicker jumping at the opportunity to get to the bottom. And so far it has worked out well, but has it worked out well enough to defend both grooves? Not quite. In fact, honestly, it has done the opposite, and I don't know if it's really realistic to expect a driver to be able to and well defend both grooves. Cameron Chandler right now has a shot on the inside to do so as he's got a car length up on Henry Kaloff. Will he return up there? It looks like as Kaloff comes around, no, he will not. And now Cameron Chandler going to be locked on that bottom. Jordan Kuntz, one of the last drivers in this leading getup. He is an 18th and only one spot up on where he started. Still waiting to see whether or not he's going to burst through late in the going, as he's done many a time before. A Jordan Kuntz SuperSpeedway race is always suspenseful, and it just comes down to the fact that while he's expected to show up late, you never know when exactly that final drive is going to begin. It could begin just around the 20 to go marker. It could begin with 10 to go. It could be the 5 lap to go marker that gets him there. Kuntz is quick, and not only that, he is a particularly crafty driver with his strategy. So whatever the occasion calls for, he generally has himself a plan. And generally, I would say 9 times out of 10, which compared to so many drivers, that's a remarkable odd of success, remarkable odds of success to get up there when it is an unpredictable situation. 23 laps to go this time by. We'll crank it up next time by with your friends at Whiplash Simcams. Bringing the best angles in simulation racing isn't easy, and Whiplash Simcams does the job for us at FTN Broadcasting. Does the job all throughout the broadcasting community here on iRacing. Oh, big contact, double file, contact, Chandler down and in. Saved it. Unbelievable. Saved it. I cannot believe he did that at race pace. He's still in the draft. Wow, we are still green. That was ridiculous. Watch this. Chandler is slideways. He's side by side and sliding. And somehow, at 160, straightens it out. Thurston straightens it out. We are still together and green. Ridiculous. And Chandler is in 11th, mind you. We're not done yet. Okay, well, that was exciting. Everything tames itself down up at the front of the field. Now we can crank it up with 21 laps to go from the world center of racing. It's an airtight top 5. Oh, contact there for Spencer Wald. And as we said it was tight, well, things just got loosened up there by force. Rick Spencer Wald is given the pressure. Matthew White on the outside now has got it a little better. And he'll take it to the top of the field as he takes the race lead. Payson Lindsay now blocked. Here comes the 97 down low, as does Matthew White. And it is toe-to-toe all the way down. It changes up, though, as Spencer Wall is going to have himself now outside of the podium. But by all means, he is still firmly in contention to win this one. They're double file all over it again. 16 laps to go. Jacob Clarino with Michael Deitch just watching back. Third and fourth rows. Oh, contact. Bunkley, your leader, up the track. Big contact. And they are still straight. I can't believe it. Oh, contact. Wow. How did they stay straight for a quarter of a lap like that? That's my first question. Chandler with contact. We're still green. Wow. The call on the field is we will keep going. What a sequence that was. Take a look from the eye in the skies. We'd have decided to keep on going under green after that. Like what we saw with 22 laps to go. Another big shuffle and sputter. This time Cameron Chandler doesn't get so lucky. Nobody turned around, surprisingly enough, but I'm also surprised that we've decided to keep it green after that. Watch, here's a replay of this situation. Bunkley loose, went up the track. Hunsicker saves it. Matthew White gets away, saves it. Spencer Walt leans on Lindsay to save it. Bunkley helps out Spencer Walt to save it. Cameron Chandler looks like he gets away, gets nailed, and is fully sideways. And even still, the number 8 saves it and goes straight. That's why we're still under green. Unbelievable. It's a much smaller grouping up in front, though. And now with 14 to go, you got Lindsay. You've got Clarino, White, and Deitch as your A-main pack. Then you've got everyone from Matthew Weeks in 5th down to Nick Basden in 16th running together at the head of the field. 2 packs and a 3-second deficit from Pack A to Pack B. For the time being, as Henry Kaloff also disconnects, for the time being, these drivers have the edge as to whether or not they will control the strategy, which, I'm going to be honest with you, I highly doubt they're going to stay in control here. In this position, very difficult to maintain a huge timed gap. And it looks like it's already come down by about a second or so. And the more laps that go by, the quicker that bigger group will keep going. Michael Deitch and company are only going to have to watch and wait as they await the entry of Matthew Weeks in this second squad. "12 laps to go, and a dozen to do it in Daytona. And even though the field got shuffled, now is another chance to put it together again." Weeks goes up high. I don't think there's a chance of defending upon him. Payson Lindsay sees the yellow flag. Caution is out. Yellow will fly, and I think it is for Rick Spencer Walt. Spencer Walt wiggles up the track, and that is the call on the field for caution. And it comes after multiple near misses. But Spencer Walt wiggles, and we see the yellow flag with 11 laps to go. I think everyone in the field is going to stay out. Track position-wise, too big of a risk. Caution flies with Jacob Clarino as your leader. Then Payson Lindsay, Matthew White, and Michael Deitch in fourth. That is your 27th place starter up at the head of the field and leading the way. Getting back at it as Clarino holds the fort. It'll be Jacob, then Payson, then Matthew. 1, 2, 3 as they run. 18th to 4th is Michael Deitch. 21st to 5th is Matthew Weeks. Richard Cherry, 8th up to 6th, and then David Hamrick, 3rd down to 7th here. Hamrick again, not at all a long shot given his super speedway experience in this league. And to pit road. 1, 2, 3 prominent takers. Matthew Weeks is going to be the one leading them in. So, some to pit road, others going to stay out, and we've got ourselves a strategy mix-up. Thurston Kovnat, Zach Tebow, and John Meeks all in, whereas Jacob Clarino leads those who stay out. 10 laps remaining this time by, and as we will restart with 8 remaining, we'll return after some non-stop messages from our friends at FTN Broadcasting. We'll be right back after this. Stay tuned after the following messages on FTN. You're watching the Krampus Creations 175 Saturday Night Thunder's final regular season race of the year is about to come to a close. You won't want to miss this.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Boundless makes its presence felt. It will not be ignored. We're helping turn ideas into reality with a wealth of building products that take every architectural style to the next level. This is what it's like to imagine, build, and transform anything we want into exactly what we seek. This is what it means to be boundless.
Eight laps remaining when we go green. The field is in jeopardy of seeing what could be an overtime finish as we approach quickly the final stages of the night. Jacob Clarino, Payson Lindsay, your front row. And of course, control car down on that inside, so we'll see what happens as the field gets to jump again. Fourth restart of the day, just after our fourth caution. Jacob Clarino is set to get him back in business. Green flags out to his outside. Lindsay, here we go with 8 laps remaining. The final fight begins now, and Clarino clearly takes the inside and outside as his own. He's got both grooves, and he's got it made to the opening half sector. Let's see what happens from here. Double file through and through. If we have any cautions after the 5 lap to go marker, this race is heading to a green-white checkered finish. If we have any yellow flags after the 4 lap to go moment, and of course that's after the flag flies to make it 4 laps remaining, well, what's going to happen from there is an overtime finish. You have an overtime attempt available, so it isn't going to be completely impossible for that to be the case. However, that's really going to be stretching the distance that these drivers have on their fuel cells, especially for those who stayed out, like White and Clarino at the front of the field. 7 laps to go. Jordan Kuntz for the first time all night long inside the top 10 picture. Now, he's there, 19th to 6th. And the final fight, as always, it doesn't matter exactly where Jordan Kuntz is to start. He will find himself here when it matters most. They're 3 wide further behind, but no problems right now for the leaders as they go double file through and through across the line for 6 laps remaining. Vinny Tigner here, still going to be just ahead of Ashton Miller. Miller going to see 3 wide behind with Tyler Sevier, Mike Hill, and Nick Basden. Tyler starting 33rd and dead last of all those who started today. And he is now up into 11th, chasing after what could be his first playoff berth. Several seasons he's been the first man out. Now he's going up tonight. Oh, big contact. It's going to be Donahue. It's going to be Cameron Chandler. Do they stay straight? It looks like they do not. Donahue, Chandler, yellows out. 6 laps remaining. The caution flies for the 82 and the 8s. Watch this. Here's a replay. Aiden finding himself 3 wide middle just before. And Chandler 3 wide high. Of course, not able to save this one, but let's see what happened. As now we are heading toward a green-white checkered run to end the regular season. Ashton Miller wiggles up into Donahue, then bobbles. Chandler into Kovnat, then to 82. As James Thurston also slides, and 3 cars with a big contact as the yellow's out with 5 laps to go. Matthew White and Clarino remain your front row, even through all the tension of these late race moments. And I think we're going to be looking at a 2-lap run, a natural green-white checkered, to finish this race off. We'll see who's a taker on pit road. Not expecting all too many drivers to go for that. Realistically, it's not the best call for anyone who wants to maintain track position, so the leaders will not. Everyone in front remains up in front and out of pit road. Only Cameron Chandler now will have to come in, followed by a few others, including Aiden Donahue, Zach Tebow, and James Thurston. You get some final damage repairs to give themselves a better shot to end the night. The front row will remain identical. If we get to the white flag, this race will be official. That's what it's going to come down to. However, if there's a yellow flag, we can still slightly extend this race and head into an official overtime attempt. We are right on the line when it comes to that, so it's possible. Not necessarily, I wouldn't say probable, and I would hope it's not probable anyway. Based on what we've seen tonight, we've had some solid green flag runs. But this fifth yellow flag does put into question what exactly we are expecting to see now. And it could flip either way in a snap of a finger as we get back to business. Coming to one lap to green as Matthew White and Jacob Clarino get the ball rolling and take the green flag. iRacing pace car lights, potentially for the final time on the regular season, are going to be turning off, and the field again will maintain control. White, Clarino, your front row. The top 10 sees Lindsay, Shiri, Asbel, Michael Deitch, David Hamrick, Jordan Kuntz, Tyler Seaver, and Mike Hill. The playoff contenders, Kuntz and Seaver, they are 7th and 9th and only 6 points apart coming into the day. So for both drivers, this is it. And it could go to one of those two men based entirely on this final run. 5 miles and 2 laps ahead of us. Matthew White, with the field at his mercy, is set to bring him green. Jacob Clarino, Payson Lindsay, still on that podium. And this is, of course, continuation of what we've seen over the last short runs. No difference for Lindsay nor Chiri, as they are keeping themselves fully locked in for this final drive. One more push. 2 laps to settle it. Matthew White, Jacob Clarino. Now they're going to have themselves one last bout for the win, while Jordan Kuntz looks to lock up his 10th and final playoff seed. Here we go again. Green flag's out, and it's going to be all out for Matthew White now. He's got himself the lead, and nobody else is able to come with. It's Clarino, then Richard Chiri, Payson Lindsay, Michael Deitch. 1, 2, 3, 4. And they're all single file running down the back stretch. Oh, contact. Big contact. David Hamrick, does he come up the track? It looks like he does not. He'll swerve down and in. Hamrick's out of this one. Everyone else stays green. Bottling, though, Basden, and we've got big trouble. The yellow flag will fly again, and this will be it. Final caution, our one and only green-white checkered attempt. Play the lap back, and you'll see this first green-white checkered attempt. Now we're heading into an official overtime scenario where no matter what, this race will end. Matthew White was leading and pretty comfortably at the time of the incident. But let's check out who specifically was involved before things got messy. It was a 93 of Asden who was down and then up the track, plowing Matthew Weeks, Matt Grab, and getting involved as well. And you could see it really quickly come and unfold. The back of the field, including John Meeks. Meeks getting a piece. Asher Bunkley dropping to the inside. Meeks slams the inside wall. Oh my, wow. Wow, that is John Meeks. That is how slanted out he is, trying to get a runoff. And he's crab walking to the absolute max. I don't think at Daytona I've ever seen a driver this skewed out just to make it by for some pace laps. He looks like he's stuck in a wreck while he's driving. Ridiculous. Your 10th place starter is now stuck about 35 degrees out of alignment, and he's taking it all the way around the track just to catch up to the field again. For Meeks, that's probably the night. And for Matthew White, of course, we'll go green 2 laps from now. And this will be your final overtime attempt, your one and your only for the race win. Two laps provide us an opportunity, of course, to finish the job and do so quickly. However, the run for the race win could come down to only the first few hundred feet. It doesn't matter whether or not, of course, the leaders get away well. If there's any incident that causes the caution, you could see the leading battle settled in just a matter of seconds, and that officially would end the night of racing. We'll see what it takes. For Matthew White, Clarino, and Cherry, this battle is not over, but it might not be their fight to win nor lose, because the rest of the field behind is especially more challenging to deal with. This is your 6th and your final caution and restart of the day. Three to go, coming to 2 to go. Jacob Clarino is eyeing his first career win, and I gotta say, he is the Cinderella story of the night. Jacob from 22nd up to a firm 2nd place, and he has been there now for the past 3 cautions. Has not let up, has not backed off, and Clarino now finds himself runner-up with a chance for one good jump to give him the win. Matthew White is eyeing his 3rd and league-leading 3rd victory, of course. That would tie him with James Thurston. The drivers behind him are all looking for a maiden chance in victory lane. Kuntz is now 1 position ahead of Tyler Sevier, and they'll line up side by side in what is Tyler's biggest race of the season. 6 points is the gap, and they're now separated by 7 as they run according to points. Kuntz down low with Michael Deitch and Richard Cherry, the driver, separating him from the front row, and Matthew White there. The most exciting moment of all has yet to be determined. It could be that last lap, or it could be that last run down the back straightaway with 2 to go. The difference is, right now, we don't know if we'll make it a foot, we'll make it a lap and a half, or if we'll make it all the way. The unpredictable is once again won at Daytona. So before a driver sees the checkered flag, we already know it could be any one of them. Pace car's low for the final time, and this is it. The field is set to go racing. Will they survive? We don't know yet. Matthew White, green flag's his. 2 laps to go. Your one and only overtime attempt begins right now. It's the last chance for every driver as they pull double file out of turn 2. Matthew White and Richard Sherry side by side and all the way down the back straightaway. Sherry now with about a nose up. Oh, wow. Clarino into White, down to the inside. We stay green, or do we? The yellow flag is out. The race is over. But who's your winner? White is destroyed. Clarino's destroyed. No way. 1 lap to go. The only driver to make it out is the 77. And Tyler Seaver is up in front. And he is the lone survivor. Jordan Kuntz runs in 13th. Tyler, breaking out of the final wreck, will come across the checkered flag as a first-time winner. The only driver to make it through the madness, and he's got damage. And yet he's up in front. He came into the night 11th in points. The first driver under the cut. And against Jordan Kuntz, the expectation was to make the playoffs. He would have to win. Tyler, right here and right now, he's in that position. He's side by side with Payson Lindsay. But I believe it is the 77 with the winner's edge. Lindsay's right there with them. This is the last lap. Coming across the line. The verdict is toe-to-toe at the line. The 77 and the 99, and it looks like Lindsay crosses the checkered. Payson Lindsay pulls up in front of Tyler Seaver there, and it looks like the 99 is your official winner. So scoring changed at the end, and the scoring loops determined that Lindsay is a winner. Here's the replay that determines who was where. This is my confusion. Here. Lindsay was not ahead of Tyler when everyone got regrouped. We're looking back at what happened here. And Tyler is so far out in the head as he crosses the white and looking on a frame-by-frame basis, it was not Payson Lindsay. There's your proof. So, reviewing your replay, the unbelievable has happened. It was a do-or-die, winner-go-home race. Tyler just won. And a surviving Our final overtime attempt of the day, Tyler, for the first time for Krampus Creations, is a race winner at Daytona. The last to first challenge is complete. And I believe with this win, Tyler is a playoff driver to end 2025. We'll be right back with your post-race results after this. Stay tuned on FTN Broadcasting as we'll bring you top 3 interviews and your race results after the following message from iRacing.com.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
What a win for Tyler Sevier. Tyler, in the number 77, wins by a quarter of a second in his first career victory. Vinny Tigner comes home second, and Ashton Miller come home, of course, the 79 team in third. Those three escaping the green-white checkered in overtime, the best of any in our biggest pileup of the night. Mike Hill goes fourth. Fifth is Asher Bunkley, with Braden Hunsicker sixth, seventh, and John Meeks. Eighth goes James Thurston, and ninth is Joseph Miller. Rounding out the top 10 is Jordan Kuntz. 11th place will then be Matt Grab, with Matthew Weeks, Andres Varas, Richard Cherry, and Brad Robinson. Wrapping up the top 15. 16th goes Jacob Clarino. 17th, Cameron Chandler. 82, Aiden Donahue. Then from there, you got Kenneth Gurrell and Michael Deitch concluding the top 20. 21st place, Payson Lindsay, Connor Asbell, 22nd, Zach Tebow, 23rd, and Matthew White, 24th. Trey Holmes, P25, as Ethan Burrell, David Hamrick, Nick Basden, Aaron Kovnat, and Jamie Lockwood round up the top 30. Lastly, Wesley Carter, Rick Spencerwald, and Henry Kaloff ended. 33 drivers in the field tonight, and of all that we have seen this season, this might be the most unexpected win. Your last place qualifier, starting firmly at the back of the field, makes it through. And in a do-or-die moment, 6 points under the top 10 cut entering the night, Tyler. This was the win. This was the performance your team needed, and to do it tonight with the regular season ending, what a win, and what a first-time win at that.
Yeah, it was amazing. That was fun.
And first and foremost, it comes down to you avoiding that last wreck. So can you walk us through your perspective on that final incident? It was a huge one.
Well, I was in it. My steering wheel was turned all the way to the right a little bit, and yeah, I had to hold it to the other way just to make it around the track at the end there. I thought I didn't win it until my kid looked at the result and it said first place.
And what a performance tonight. Of course, 33rd to first. You were at the back of the field to start, and you kept yourself in the back, staying out of trouble. Now, of course, cautions at the end. They changed it up. Was there any, before the yellow flags, was there any point where you were expecting to make your move and try to get up on the front intentionally beforehand?
About 10 laps to go, I was going to start moving forward. I was waiting for about just 10 laps, and that was it.
Well, it looks like everything changes up and strategy plays out just right for the perfect opportunity. Tyler, with this win, the playoffs are now ahead of us, and this is your biggest performance in your SNT career. Next up on the schedule, we'll be heading down to Homestead, a mile and a half track. Are the expectations, of course, well, I'm certainly they're higher, but what is it going to take for you now to elevate your game and keep on fighting for the title from here?
Practicing a lot this week. A lot. We're gonna have to practice a lot this week at that track.
Well, the pressure now is higher to do so. Practice is in order. Tyler, the 77 team, and Krampus Creations win one tonight from Daytona. Any final comments you'd like to send out?
I'd like to thank you for broadcasting the race. Thanks for Krampus Creations for sponsoring the car and the race tonight, and hopefully we win again sometime.
First time winner with, of course, this team's back against the wall. Tyler Sevier comes away with the checkered flag, 33rd to 1st, and a winner in overtime from Daytona. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
With Tyler on the way, he will just barely eke one out over your pole sitter on the night, who was just able to scrap through and get himself a second place finish. Vinny, you started first, you finished second, but it was a journey in between, and to even be in second is quite the shock given that big wreck at the end.
Yeah, that was something. I didn't even realize I finished second. It was till the end there. I don't even know. It was such just carnage all in front of me. I was getting tossed around and trying to keep her straight as best I could. And man, yeah, that was a hell of a wreck, I gotta say. Yeah, that was unfortunate that it ended that way, but yeah, I mean, I'll take the second. But happy for Tyler though. That's like the biggest positive thing to come out of this. Happy to see him get a victory, and that was his first in the league. So it's always good to see that.
And the most exciting thing about tonight, of course, being that last moment there, the playoff picture shifting and shaping up differently thanks to that win. But for you, Vinny, it looked like you were in a comfortable spot regardless. So, was there anything in mind that was different for you? Given that being the case, you are locked into the playoffs regardless, so you'd race it different?
Yeah, I just did the normal thing that I always do at the super speedway races, and I just try to be patient and try to survive to the end and finish second. So it obviously worked for the most part, but uh, you know, at the end there, I was just there was a good battle in front of me though with Tyler Seaver and Jordan Coons for to make the playoffs, and um, I thought that was pretty exciting to watch, and uh, you know, glad Tyler got the win, and I think he made the playoffs with that move, so good for him. And yeah,
The playoff 10 shaping up for its first fight as we go for our next race at Homestead, Miami, a former site for our championship race. What's it going to take now? Of course, your former champ looking for what could be your second. What's the bar now, of course, for this opening round when it comes to your performances?
I'm excited. I like all these tracks, and Homestead. I've gotten a lot better through the last few seasons, and um, and the Monday League with Integrity was just there, and I got some laps down, and I got taken out, but at least I found something, and I can probably carry that over to next week. So um, yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Vinny Tigner, P2 on the day after starting first and a podium start and finish for the number 12 crew. Any final comments you'd like to send? The floor is yours.
Yeah, thanks to you for calling our race, and thanks to the guys that showed up tonight. There was quite a bit, and wish it was a cleaner race, but sometimes that's just how it goes. But yeah, thank you.
Vinny Tigner, second on the night, seeing the highs and lows of this race and escaping the big one with a podium finish. Thank you for your time, Vinny.
Hey, thank you.
And lastly is the number 79 of Ashton Miller. Miller so close to what could have been his first career race win, and instead having to settle there for P3 in the last moments where there was no predicting who would make it out.
Yeah, man, that was just a wild race. That was the colossal one at the end. I don't even know how the heck we got P3 after that. I could have sworn we were like P10 at the end of that, and I guess everyone was just killed. So I guess I'm just like I guess I'm the best I finished at P3 or something because I think 3 times in a row I've done that this season. That's just crazy. As a rookie too. I didn't think I was gonna be able to do that, but yeah, just wild racing now. You can't really predict super speed racing, so I'm just glad I finished what I did.
And you mentioned an unpredictable race at what was an unpredictable track, and that was the word of the day, unpredictable. You saw wrecks back and forth, and even when the caution wasn't called, sliding was intense. So was there anything in specific you did? Just keeping yourself clean and out of trouble? How'd you work that out?
Honestly, we were just able to get away from the big wrecks, honestly, until, the last one where everyone got in it. You couldn't really avoid that, but I guess we were just good at being at the right place. And honestly, we were given a fast repair at the end. I didn't even need to use it. I know I was in a team chat with a couple of my friends, and everyone I was with never had to use their fast repair. So that's kind of crazy to me that we didn't need that, honestly, especially at Daytona. But man, what a hell of a race! And I'm just glad we got out of there with the skin of our teeth there, man.
And back with good standing and a top 3 finish. The best of this season, of course, yet to come. The most important races, the final races on the schedule. Homestead up next after a break. Now, of course, it's playoff drivers going for theirs. You'll be one of those guys going out there just looking for checkered flags and the best performances you can give out. Does your mindset change up at all now that we got this break into the playoff season?
Honestly, no. Our mindset's just gonna be the same. Try to get up there at the best times, and just try, just try to win. Honestly, we're close there. I can feel we're getting to that point. I think if we just get a really good run at Homestead in the next 2 weeks, we could have something going.
Ashton Miller, 15th to 3rd on the day with big gains to make it a top 3 night for the 79. Any final messages you'd like to send, Ashton?
Just thanks to my teammates, Connor Asbell, Jacob Clarino, and all those TCMC guys out there for making this just a night to remember. Maybe not in the best possible ways, but just a night to remember, man.
Miller, top 3 from Daytona, and it was unpredictable, but it's still a success. Thank you for your time, Ashton.
Thank you.
And a shock winner with Ashton Miller in 3rd. Vinny Tigner in 2nd, but Tyler Sevier comes away and finds himself with victory and a playoff berth to usurp and overthrow the multi-time champ Jordan Kuntz. Can you believe it? With all cards stacked against the 77, he did it. Look at that. Tyler gets the job done. The win is his. And so ends the regular season. In 2 weeks' time, we'll begin again at the Homestead Miami Speedway for our first playoff race of the campaign. Thank you for tuning in live on FTN Broadcasting to coverage from the virtual Daytona International Speedway. This was the 9th race of the 2025 B Saturday Night Thunder Grand National Series season, and I've been your host, David Kreutz, commentating and producing. If you enjoyed, leave a like on the stream and subscribe to the channel. Thank you for your continued support. We hope you have a fantastic night, and congratulations to Tyler Sevier on his first career SNT win.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. race against the computer, or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Boundless makes its presence felt. It will not be ignored. We're helping turn ideas into reality with a wealth of building products that take every architectural style to the next level. This is what it's like to imagine, build, and transform anything we want into exactly what we seek. This is what it means to be boundless.
Welcome to the Underdog Racing Podcast, where we talk to NASCAR drivers from all over the great country of America. Each week, we chat about the latest races, share stories from the track, and get to know the drivers behind the wheel. We break down the action, hear from drivers about their experiences, and dive into what drives them to keep racing. Whether you're a longtime NASCAR fan or just curious about the sport, this is the place for you. So tune in to the Underdog Podcast, your inside look at the world of NASCAR. Catch us every Wednesday at 6:30 Eastern.
This message is brought to you by the rebrand of Throttle Graphics and Designs. This publication may not be reposted without the authorized written consent of Throttle Graphics and Designs. NASCAR Camping World Ford F-150. NASCAR Xfinity Ford Mustang. NASCAR Cup Series Next-Gen Ford Mustang. Arca Menards. This has been the publication of the redesign and rebranding of Throttle Graphics and Designs. This message may not be reposted, republicated, or rebroadcasted without the authorized written consent of Throttle Graphics and Designs. Thank you, and thanks for your time.